All right. Good morning. Well, at least it's morning for me. Let's just get right into it. Another coding stream. Working again on Daily Jewel. Putting the pieces back together. Still. Where are we at on things? So I think the thing that I was looking at as I was getting ready for the stream this morning was that there's no way to log in and log out through the UI, right? Yeah, see. And so that's probably a good place to start. It would probably be good if there was a way for us to log out. Did we... Is there a backend endpoint? Let me hide the terminal. There we go. Lots of stuff going on. Is there a way to log out? Let's look at the passport doc. Let's see. Reference. What is a normalized profile? Oh, I see. Okay. That's all the reference documentation. Got it. Okay, let's look at the code. Then. So there's this passport.authenticate. Where is that coming from? So we're importing passport. There's an authenticate function. I guess it's coming from this passport object from authenticator. Authorize session, serialize user, deserialize user. Just looking to see if there's a defined way. Obviously, like the client could just remove the cookie. But we do have a session on the back end as well. So why wouldn't we could invalidate that session as well. That feels like an appropriate thing to do, but maybe then that's coming from express session. Okay, request that session is a thing. There are methods. Hey, destroy. All right. So we could potentially have a app dot. Really should be a post then. Hey, look, Copilot's ahead of us. I don't think that's right, though. Yeah, that's not a real thing. Rec.session. Destroy is a real thing. Do we want this to do a redirect like that? I guess this is fine for now. Right, because then... let's see, how do we want to do this then? Right, so in the React router docs, there's a navigate. Could we... I mean, we could change the front end components to change what they're referring to point them to like the back end. But we could also use this navigate component in the route. Is this a good idea? I don't know. Let's try it though, see if it works. Yeah, something like that. But so for this to work, we need right, so currently the backend is on a separate port. Yes, 3001. Do we... Oh, I see. We're proxying it. Okay, so we should be able to just refer to API auth logout, which will end up going to auth logout. So this will do a full page, send the browser to this endpoint, clear the session, and then send the user back. It's a bit different from how things worked before. And at some point we may want to have something where we are, I think I talked about this last time, have like tRPC endpoints to manage login and logout. But for now, I think this might actually work. Let's go back to here. I don't have code reloading for the backend, so I'll just stop all the containers. And we'll run Docker Compose up again. Need to, let's see, HTTP proxy error. Maybe it wasn't up yet. Let's assume that was the case. Let's try. Wait, did I? Oh, I haven't actually. Right, so we have the route. Does this actually work? No. Yes. Sort of. It did redirect to API auth logout. So that part worked. Right, but this needs to be Git if we're going to do it this way. Yeah. Yeah. If we're going to do a redirect, then the end user's browser is going to be redirected to this endpoint, and that will be a Git request. If we were to do something, if we were to do this a different way, where instead we sent the API request from like front-end code, unauthorized. Right. So, yeah. Right, and we're still getting logout because our where is that code? Is authenticated, I think, is auth? No. Okay, where is the file? Is it in client? Here we go. Wait, and then we have authenticated page. Okay, so this exists. Right. So like if we go to diary, yeah, that doesn't work. We're unauthorized. Because diary is wrapped in this component, but app isn't, because app more generally can be used for pages like this page that should be accessible even if you're not logged in. But we still want to be able to know if we are logged in or not. And currently that's just hard-coded, which is why logout didn't go away. And here as well. But I think the logout did work though. I mean, we still have a session cookie. But presumably, like if you're getting an error on diary, that means the session no longer exists. So that's good. All right, so some back-end stuff. Front end, back end, back to front end. We want to not have this value, whether or not we're authenticated to be hard-coded. And how do we want to solve that? How do we want to address that? Excuse me. I had been thinking before the stream to add a new Redux slice, and we'll keep track of kind of our authentication status here. Maybe that works. If we are really just going to have like login and logout go through to like send the browser directly to these auth endpoints, so auth Discord and auth logout, which would be a little bit different than how it worked before, because before we had just kind of like a you could conceivably have multiple authentication methods, and so when you click log in, it would prompt you to select, well, just Discord, because that was the only authentication method, but there could have been multiple, and you would select that, and then it would send you off. If we're not doing that, if we're just going to keep it really simple for right now, then I'm not sure if it makes sense, is what I'm trying to get at, to keep track of, oh, did we log in and did we log out in the Redux store? But instead, we have some options. So there's these two places where we're asking, where we need to know whether or not we're authenticated, right? And we use this information here to determine whether or not we need to fetch the user's settings, because if the user's not authenticated, we don't need to fetch their settings. And then an authenticated page, this is just an additional check, so that if the user's not authenticated, we send them to go log in. There's another thing we need to do, which is to update the nav. Let me just go ahead and update open that. Right. So here, these need to be updated. To do. Put some to-dos here so I don't forget. So these need to navigate the user to the right place. So we'll come back to that. So instead of using the Redux store, what we might be able to do is check the cookie, except we just saw that the cookie didn't get removed when we logged out. Something else occurred to me as well. So in our request slice, yeah, to do if, yes, exactly that, Copilot, something like that. Anyway, this slice is kind of stuck in the middle of basically any of our thunks that are, doing some kind of request. If they reject, this is called, so we can capture the error. So we can detect if we have like the user's not logged in, and send them back to log in. And I think that makes sense to do that here. Yeah. We'll come back to that though. Right. So if we wanted to, we could probably... let's see. Is there a good way? Session destroy is what we were using right there. Each session has a unique cookie object accompanying it. You can alter the session cookie. So if we did, like, we can change things on it. Is that real? Is that a real method? Clear the cookie named name, and I think that is the right name. So this might be a Copilot success. All right. So let's update this now so that we can at least sign out. Do we have use navigation in this? No. Okay, so we're going to want to do use navigation. Is it use navigate or use navigation? Or wait, no. It's navigate equals use navigation. Is it use navigation or use navigate? It must be use navigate. It might be use navigate. But I don't know. It is use navigate. This thing right here. Okay. And then we can navigate. And we can just go to log out. And then our router is set up. And this doesn't take a callback URL. Why? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess some applications that might make sense, but I don't think it makes sense to need to, like, I'm on page X. Let me log out and go back to page X. It was kind of a weird workflow. Whoops. Cancel. Save. There we go. So if I click log out, API auth logout is not found. What do you mean? Auth logout. Okay. Maybe that was... Okay. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to restart the backend by stopping everything and starting it again. The other thing that's occurred to me is maybe we need to do something different in our routes, in our router setup. Let's also look at the docs for navigate. I mean, it just does the same thing as this hook, right? It's usually better to use redirect in loaders and actions than this hook. Well, I might want to look at that at some point, because we've now used this hook in several places. So if we refresh this page, yeah, we're authorized, good. Okay. So React Router is intercepting this request and not actually navigating to the actual backend. How do we prevent it from doing that? Furious reading. So the interface for this takes a navigate props, which takes a 2, which is a string or partial path. And the path name is this stuff. What is a relative routing type? It's a route or it's a path. Okay. So I think I'm not going to be able to do the thing I was hoping to do right now, which was to essentially use these routes as a kind of an abstraction. Yeah. So instead, I'm going to remove those, and over in site navigation, we are going to go to, hold on. So sign out. Okay, let this here. Window.location. href equals. Not log out, but we'll do API auth logout. There we go. And then this goes away. Yeah. So we refresh. If we click log out, we have no cookie. Success. I'll probably do a similar thing to sign in when we get to it, because we don't need, this is like this because we originally had a different auth.js or nextauth or whatever it was function that we were calling. So we can kind of flatten this, I think, for now. Okay, so now we have a really easy way of seeing whether or not we're signed in, whether we're authenticated, which is to see whether or not the cookie exists. Now, in the long term, we'll need something better probably, but for now, I think this will be fine. And so both of these pages exist in our client package. I think I'm just going to make a hook, or a thing that looks like a hook, that is going to we'll call it TSX. I don't think we'll have any TSX in it, but export default function. Let's try authenticated. Let's give ourselves a little more screen real estate here. So, nope. Use authenticated by, nope, not checking the store. The connect.sid cookie. That is probably what I would have written. Let's see, how are we gonna do this? So this does not have to be perfect. It needs to be, this function is important because when a user's navigating around on the front end, if they're not logged in, we'll send them to a place where they can get logged in. If this were to go wrong for some reason, they still wouldn't be able to access anything they shouldn't, because we have checks at the back end. We're going to add a thing that in the front end, when we see an error that indicates the user's not authorized, it will send them to log in anyway. So this is going to just prevent that intermediate, the potential for the user to get somewhere, or to a route they shouldn't get to before they've logged in. So yeah, it includes just returns a Boolean, right? So this should be fine. And this could be something more sophisticated later. So now this comments is false. But what we'll do is we'll use authenticated. And we'll do the same thing over here in app. Now, do we even need to pass this in here? We could do this. There we go. Do we have the cookie? No. Then okay, stuff was updated. This is complaining, I think, because it's any, yeah, okay. Authenticated Boolean. Is this logic right? Window.document.cookie. The reason, though, specifically that I call out this doesn't have to be perfect is because it's not going to be. Nice try, Copilot. Specifically, like anything in any of the cookies that are visible on the site could include the text connect.sid, not just the name of a cookie. And that would still return true. So if we really wanted to, what we could do in here is like split out the cookies, parse all that, and check that. But this should be fun. Oh, we did redirect to login. Hold on. Oh, right. Okay, so that part is working. The part that's not working is maybe in site navigation. All right, we're not going to use navigate anymore. That can go away. And so can this. Is logged in is a thing. Where is that being passed? Layout. Ah. Okay, I see. Right. So this all use authenticated, and then all of this goes away. There's another to do taken care of. Oh, import is wrong. Oh. So here's a place where we... Okay, let's... pass that in as a prop instead. There we go. And then, what is it? Is it Shift F12? There we go. Oh, right, but we use layout here. Okay, so maybe not then. Instead, also, I'm not gonna need this file after all. I'm gonna delete that. So change of plans again. Let's undo this. We are gonna use authenticated, and we're gonna move it somewhere. Common maybe? Yeah. Put it in our common package. Now we've broken everything else. And then app.tsx I think also refers to it. There we go. All right, and then this page doesn't exist. So where all are we referring to /login? Just here, right? And then here? Yeah. So at some point I'll probably want to add back like a /login page here on the front end, because we'll probably want to have other ways of logging in besides just using Discord auth. But for right now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change the front end to send the user directly to the backend auth Discord endpoint, which redirects into Discord to authenticate. And let me go back to my search results. There we go. So we are going to not navigate. we're going to go to window.location.href. Go directly, like force the browser to go directly to that URL. Does that work? I think that works. API auth login is not the right thing though. It's whatever. Yeah, Discord. Good. Let's start closing some of these tabs. All right, and then in site navigation, I think is the other place where we are doing this. This is wrong though. It should be /API, like so, and then as something. I don't actually know what we need to put there. That might be something to check. Let's see, how does that work? Let's server.ts. So we have passport authenticate, options, success redirect, failure redirect, optional callback can be provided. Can we? Let's see here. Passport authenticate. Okay, calls framework authenticate. Right. Passport Discord. So, for a little context, we had a mostly working app back 3 or 4 weeks ago now at this point, except for the fact that we're having some difficulties with some behavior. I forget exactly what it was, but basically we kind of ran into a dead end with making something work with Next.js and NextAuth and some of those things. And so the decision was, because this is not the first time I've run into difficulties with using Next.js. It really, I started using it because it was something that was seemed useful for getting an app started, and I didn't at the time have a specific idea of how I wanted this app to work. Since then, I realized that I wanted to eventually be able to have something that you could potentially have as a standalone, to actually do like an SPA, where like the client can have like your local information and you can be logged in, and then you could be offline. Basically have offline support in this thing, which we're quite a ways away from. It's a goal, right? But that goal is explicitly blocked by a lot of the things that Next.js would have us do. And then we ran into that last roadblock, and so Next.js was ripped out, and then a bunch of things have had to change. Ended up switching NextAuth. I looked a little bit at the new version of that, which is Auth.js. That turned out to be more complicated than it was worth, which I think is still true, even having spent a few hours on switching to using Passport.js. And what I'm trying to determine right now is if there's a built-in way for, like, if we hit this auth Discord endpoint, can we pass like a return URL, and will it automatically carry that through? And I think possibly not. So here's strategy. Access token, user profile, check scope. Right, so it comes down to passport OAuth 2. Hey, we've been there before. So there's a callback URL, but I think in this context, that's a different thing from what we're looking for. Right, because it would need to be in like request that query. Okay. So that'll be a thing that we'll want to figure out at some point is, hey, Divinity, what's the best way to learn Flexbox in my opinion? I mean, I think in general, I don't know if I was going to make a general statement, but I don't think there's a general statement. How do you best learn, how do you personally best learn new things and build expertise in it? I think it's going to vary a bit person to person, but there's something to be said for coming up with some kind of small project and forcing yourself to apply it and just digging in to a thing. I don't have anything for Flexbox specifically. That's definitely been something that I've not spent a lot of time focusing on learning specifically. It's been something that I've gotten exposure to and touched on here and there. That and like the CSS grid stuff. But yeah, I mean, there's a ton of resources and people people that know way more than I do about CSS and Flexbox, and those sorts of things. Yeah, hi. Every time I start a project, I get stuck on moving my elements to the position I want them in. Yeah. Yeah, getting things to be arranged the way you want is... It may be a question of changing how you think about how the elements flow together. I don't know if that's good advice. It's hard to say without seeing, a specific thing. But, yeah. If something's not working, your choices are, keep on changing things with what you're currently doing, or try something else. I know when I was, I can't think of a specific, I don't remember what this was, but there was something like in the last year where I went back and forth between I apparently have a really difficult time saying that word, but Flexbox or Grid. And I think I just went back and forth a couple of times trying different things until I got something that kind of did work. And like as I was trying at different sizes of screen and those sorts of things and adjusting stuff, I finally found something that would reliably work. And that's I don't know if other people have other experiences, but for me, like the front end, like CSS layout and styling, is kind of experimental. I've not spent as much time on that sort of stuff in the last few years because a lot of what I've been doing professionally has been more back-end focused. And what is front end are things where it honestly doesn't matter what it looks like, to be honest. And so that's one of the things about this project that I wanted to and will shift focus back into how things look, and getting a good user experience. But first, I have to fix auth. I was going to give up on having this redirect the user. Speaking of having good user experience, what I would want for this is that when the user isn't logged in and we send them to log in, after they log in, they get sent back to where they were trying to go. And that's not going to work. But that's fine. Okay. There. And we get kicked to Discord, and we have an invalid redirect URI for some reason. 3000 auth callback. Oh, right. Okay, I see what happened there. Okay, so we are... Divinity, you're saying, I'm a super beginner at coding, but I feel like every time I go into the CSS part, it gets overwhelming. Since I don't know how people want the code to look, I feel like YouTubers don't talk about that part. Even though I managed to get something in the right place, it feels like the code itself doesn't look good. Yeah, I think it's been a long time since I've been a new coder. I've been doing this in one form or another since, a long time, let's say. But my memories for the first many years were whatever I did, even if I was happy with it at the time, a month, 3 months, 6 months later, I would look back on it and I would think it was awful. And the fact that you see that immediately is probably, well, what am I trying to say here? I think don't be too hard on yourself. And if you see something you want to improve, work towards improving it. But if it works, if it gets you styling, especially if it's like something you're working on for yourself, you're not working with other people on, it'll be different. Like in a team, when you're working with other people, they will hopefully give you some feedback if there's things that are going to cause problems later down the road, because that's generally the concern, right? When we're looking at like people call them like code smells or problems and the code just doesn't look good. That's a concern because there's questions of, is it maintainable? Is it understandable? Is it hiding some problems? And I think some of that applies to CSS a little bit. It's a little different if we're talking about like JavaScript or TypeScript or some programming language. I don't know if that helps. My rambling. So the issue here is that we're trying to redirect to this auth callback, and that's not going to work because let's see. So we have this endpoint. We need to auth callback Discord. Yeah, auth callback Discord. Okay, that's good. But the issue is that if we have base URL, and base URL is the front end app, then this really needs to be. Hold on, let's see. Where am I defining base URL? Anywhere? My rambling does help, so thanks. Oh, I'm glad. And if you have questions as I'm going through this, or anyone else, I'm happy to answer questions, because honestly, that's part of why I'm streaming. And two, it does help me to talk about what I'm doing and getting other perspectives in terms of, making progress on this thing. So the backend here, this base URL, I think needs to be, does it need to be API? What are we using the base URL for? In the context of the server. So the callback URL here, and oh, I see. Okay. So this, I cheated before by putting API there. What I should have done was put it here. And that's also going to fix the issue where the URL pass to the authorize endpoint for Discord is going to have the correct URL. So we're going to stop the stack and restart it. Also, I didn't say before, but Divinity, welcome to the chat. Twitch shows me when you chat the first time chatting here, and I would know that anyway because this is not not so big of a channel that I wouldn't recognize a new person. But again, welcome. All right, so if we go back, we get kicked to here. It's still an invalid redirect URI because I've probably not added this to the list of redirect URIs that are authorized for this Discord app of mine. But it is the right URL at least. So like once this redirect does happen, this will work. But now I need to do a thing off screen. Multi-factor authentication. Right. So before I had, yeah, this is safe to show on screen. Because the client secret is hidden and the URLs aren't secret or anything. So this is what I'm doing. So in the Discord developer portal, I have an app for Daily Jewel to allow me to have authentication through Discord. And so then I have a set of redirect URLs that are basically whitelisted. So these are the URLs that are allowed to be listed. When the front end redirects to Discord, it passes the redirect URL. A thing I would love for people to talk about, the people that do YouTube tutorials, coding guides, is why you do some of this stuff. I would use this instead because, yeah, think wider. Yeah, that totally makes sense. And I think I do try to do that. Okay, I think we're done with this. So if I were to refresh here, ta-da, that's now allowed. And yes, I'm new here, and I will be back to ghosting so I can watch and not interrupt you. Yeah, no worries. Feel free to lurk. It's appreciated. You know, this interaction is I hope good for you, and it's good for me too. So I don't mind. I probably can get better at like doing stuff on screen and chatting at the same time. But anyway, so we're gonna authorize, and we're in a loop now. Why are we in a loop? So okay, the cache is disabled. Do I have the thing set to keep? Yeah, persist logs, good. So we'll authorize. And so we posted by clicking the button. And that redirected us to the local web server through our API proxy to the back end. And that redirected us back to our web server. API auth callback Discord with the code. So did we see in the logs here what happened? So we insert it into our session. What is this fetch that didn't happen? Okay, error reporting, okay. And then we immediately tried to auth again. Yeah. Okay, let's click through this. Oh yeah, we need to persist logs. Okay, so that purple and black is hard to read. Okay, I don't think. Cannot find module node sans 400. Probably should look at that at some point. Discord JavaScript 403 error. It's not really relevant. Let's clear. We'll authorize. Let's see if there's anything in the logs. So we did navigate to. Okay, so we posted. That sent us back to API auth callback Discord with a code. And then that must have redirected us. Where did it redirect us? So in the network tab. Oh, I'm filtered. Okay, that's what's missing. I was filtering just down to like XHR. Okay, so somewhere in here, a cycle of requests happened where we hit Discord. And then it's a lot of requests now. Let's see. So this is the WebSocket request for the Vite, whatchamacallit. Okay, so, right. So here we go. So here's where Discord sent us back to our server with the code. The server returned a 302 found with a cookie and a location. And then that resulted in a redirect to the root page of the site. And we have a cookie. And we got a 200 OK. And so there was some HTML. Like if you look at the raw response, yeah, there's some HTML. And then we load a bunch of stuff. And apparently we decide after we land on the front page to redirect back to Discord. Now, why would that be? So if we are on, let's see, if you look at app.tsx, So like this doesn't do anything. This checks to see if the cookie is present. Where all are we looking at this? So we look at this here to check to see if we're logged in. But where all do we send the user to? Let's see, API, auth, couple places. Right, so on authenticated page, we check to see if the user is not authenticated, we send them to here. And then in site navigation, if the user clicks, right, so this only happens when the user clicks the login button. So we must be triggering this. And I'm not exactly sure how. I'll just put a debugger line there. Yeah. We'll authorize. So authenticated false is interesting. Right, because we should have the cookie at this point. So why does this think we're not authenticated? It thinks we have no cookies. Is it because it's HTTP only? Is that? I think that was one of the default settings. Yeah. Be careful when setting this to true, as compliant clients will not allow client-side JavaScript to see the cookie. Thus, here we are. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to change this. There is some... I guess there are some risks in allowing client-side JavaScript to be able to interact with cookies. But for now... I think it'll be okay. So where are we getting session settings? There we go. So we have all of our session settings here. By default, secure is false because we're running localhost. We override that for production. Set HTTP only to false. And then we have to restart the backend for that to take effect. Delete that cookie. There we go. Try authorizing again. And this time the front end will see that we are authenticated. Something else that went wrong. 404 not found. Okay. So we changed... Right. So... was it tRPC? No. It's one of these files. One of the places where we found base URL. Let me do just a whole word search. Yeah, it was tRPC. It was the one in Story Utils. So we changed this to remove the /API on the front of it. Right. Also, I dislike this. I dislike not having curly braces because it just makes it a little more difficult to see what's going on. So for browsers, we will have a /API. Because this is the difference, right? On the back end also uses this file, but for the back end we defined base URL. For the front end, we don't have an environment variable here. I'm just going to hard code this, because otherwise, this is why this was like this before, was so that the front end would take the base URL, which was an empty string, and add /API tRPC. So this is what we want to do. And so now if I refresh, we should not get that error anymore. Instead, we will successfully hit the backend and make our tRPC request. I'm going to filter down back to XHR only. And here we go. So we have our requests for the user settings twice, but it doesn't matter. This is happening twice because we're in strict mode for React. And so I think we're making these requests in like a use effect. So it's basically it's initiated when the component is mounted, and in strict mode, in development mode, components are mounted and then unmounted and remounted again. But fortunately, tRPC does only handle this request once. Not that that would matter anyway. This is not a mutation. Don't make network requests from like an on mount sort of thing. The mutate state is the takeaway there, because components can be mounted multiple times. That'd be kind of weird to do anyway, right? I guess you could have like some kind of like user activity tracing something. Like, oh, they viewed this thing, but that hook should probably live elsewhere. Maybe wherever you're fetching data can also log that. Anyway, so we fetch settings. If we go to the settings page, this should actually work now. Other than that, I have no settings because the database was wiped. But yeah, friends doesn't work. I haven't built that yet. But we have a diary. I'm not happy with the dark mode here. It's not good contrast. So we should be able to like find our ginger cubes. 1 serving, 1 gram. So 3 calories. I think this is broken too, unfortunately. Yep. It did not save my serving selection. 1, done. This should have sent me back. Okay, there's another bug, but at least that updated. So there's that. 3.3 kilocalories. Yeah. So, and we should be able to log out. It shouldn't immediately take us to login though. Let's figure that out. So I think that has to do with our router file. Yeah. So we made dashboard an authenticated page here, apparently. We don't want to do that. In fact, neither of these pages currently should require authentication. So what we'll do... how's this gonna work? Like, we can't just do this. Actually, can we? Would that work? Yeah, I know I'm not authenticated. Right? So, but then if we, oh, I don't want to log in yet. Let's try going to /settings. And it should immediately say, oh, you're not logged in. And kick us back here. Okay, so that works. if we log out, that takes us back to the home page, and we're not forced to log in. We can go to the body composition calculator, which also needs some love. Need to put my UI UX hat back on, but yeah. So we can log in, we can log out. Things require authentication as they should. Things are mostly working. Oh, it's exciting. I've just been reminded. This is one of the first things I did in this app, which was to take the styling I got from what's that YouTube channel? It's like Hyperplexed. Yeah. So I saw that saw a video with this effect. I think it was on that channel. Man, it might have been a different one. And that was one of the first things I implemented, but I couldn't figure out how to make it work with a card that has links in it, because of the way the stacking for the pseudo elements work. At least without having, like, essentially having double markup, right? You could probably have something. What do you have to do? Maybe you could do something. It would be janky though, I think, because like if you got near the link for the link to work, then the effect would stop working and it would just disappear. Yeah, I'm sure there's a way to make it work, but I ran out of time that I was wanting to spend on something that was maybe not even going to be kept. But anyway, okay, so I have a list of things to do, and we did this 3 weeks ago. It's taken a little while, so this is essentially done. Fixed tRPC mock service worker probably needs to happen, and I really need to give some attention. I think something I haven't shown on streaming in quite a while, that may or may not even work anymore. Run Storybook. Does this even start? No. Right. Okay. So, I think that'll be the next thing to do, because I want to get that working before I start fixing bugs, so that maybe I can add some tests along the way. And yeah, but let's do this. Let's take a look at what's been changed so far. So we fixed this. Another thing I'll have to revisit is like how we're deploying this, but we need to fix some bugs and get some stuff sorted out before we'll be ready to move forward with trying to deploy again. So this changed to use our thing that looks like a hook. This changed as well. Let's do that. Router. I added a note here before the stream. I discovered something with this. There's an option for these where you can give it a lazy property. That is a property called lazy instead of like path and element, or instead of element anyway. You do like lazy, and then you can pass a function. And then so we could do. It's a thing I think we would need to do to be able to do like code splitting for this better, maybe. I don't know. I need to look into that further. And there's that file. Site navigation, we stripped out all of our alerts. Layouts updated as well to use authenticated. authentication at TS, we turned off HTTP only so that our JavaScript could be able to see that the cookie's there or not. Server, we added a logout endpoint. And we set up our failure redirect to just send back to the home page since we don't have a login page. I added a note here to do something better for handling a 401 response. As we saw elsewhere, like when we hit like the settings page when we weren't logged in, we do get redirected anyway to log in, but that's because we were missing the cookie. Whereas there are circumstances where maybe the session expired or something like that, where we might want to detect the network request failed and redirect the user appropriately. And then we updated tRPC, this particular tRPC file, to properly prefix the path for getting at the API. All right, so the rest of the items necessary to have authentication work is a very long commit message, but somewhere is a window with GitHub. There we go. Okay, so Daily Joel. It was the first item. I don't know what took me so long. All right, we don't even have a pull request. Can't automatically merge. Yeah, it's been a while. Placement with Express and Vite. That's what we've done over the last several weeks. 183 files changed. We've actually dropped like 2,000 lines of code, apparently. Conflicts must be resolved. Easiest way to do that is just, let's go to the terminal. Clear git pull origin main. Yep. npm install. So there shouldn't actually be any like conflicts now. Good. Because we ran npm install, and so we'll sync those changes. And this should be mergeable again. So yeah, it's been a few weeks of work to get this far. Let's take a look here. So we basically, one of the first things I think we did was basically look at everywhere we're referring to next and strip all of that out. And then that broke a lot of things. And it started us down a path where a lot of stuff needed to be converted into ES modules. A cartoon deep dive, interesting. ECMAScript modules. Official standard format to package JavaScript code. And so that became a whole thing. I might look at this later. Finally remove Next.js. That's that part we were just looking at. So we went through and we added some Vite setup stuff already. Just touched like everything. Oh, right. So the other thing we did was we had initially had like in our TS config a thing to Let's see. It's probably still here at this point. Yeah, so we had this paths thing, and we had another one so that we could put a little tilde slash. However we did that, I thought that was in here, but maybe that was in a previous version. So we had a bunch of imports where we were able to avoid doing relative imports by doing that. Ultimately, what we landed on, who's we? What I landed on was creating a bunch of like separate submodules, basically additional packages here. So like clients and common and components, and server and store, so that things could be logically grouped together. They have their own individual package.jsons with dependencies that are specific to those bits of code. And then we have a top level package JSON that we're using workspaces to list all of those. Hooks it all together. But we had to do a lot of things like, use tsnode ESM, just as it was like one thing had to be changed that needed ESM support, and then that kind of cascaded until we end up in a situation where we start having to put .js on the end of all the paths, and yeah, a whole thing. But we got there. All right, so look back at this pull request now. Failing. Yeah. Okay, so we have some things that we need to resolve here before. I think the next thing we are going to want to do, which is what I was saying before. So need to address these errors. We'll get this pull request merged, and then we'll start working on getting Storybook running again, so we can see all of our UI elements and all the interaction tests that are there, and work through that. And then we'll start trying to identify bugs, like the bug that we saw earlier with not being able to add the type of serving for the food item, and we'll try to incorporate it in a interaction test in Storybook for that issue, and then work on resolving it. But right now we are about an hour and a half into the stream, and this is where I usually take a little break. So that's what's going to happen here, just for a few minutes, so I can go get some water since I finished my coffee, and stand up for a couple minutes. And when I get back, we'll fix all of these type errors, hopefully. So BRB, just a few. All right, I have returned. Let's get back to this and work through some TypeScript errors. Should be fun. Let's see, client src main. Now, if you enjoy watching me fix TypeScript errors and you're not already following the channel, you should follow. You should follow for more. All right. Anyway, so error import path cannot end with a TSX extension. Consider thing.js instead. Okay, fine. I've considered it. I don't like it. Like, I would prefer this, but it's not gonna be happy with that either. Due to other changes we made. What is this? Oh, is it styles.js? Why is there? No, it is styles.ts, but I guess it should be that. I don't like it, but it's what it has to be. I will have to read this thing about ES modules from Mozilla.org maybe after the stream. I feel like I don't know enough about that. Okay, and then food search.tsx, food search, the one in components modules. Line 139. Right. Yes, I remember this. So, property src is missing in type, right? So, previously, we can import this SVG file, and we would get a thing that we would be able to, yeah, even have it to do here. Okay, so import SVG. Oh, here's an issue. It's closed. SVGR rollup resolve that. Declaration of thing. It's copied to the output. Export can't be overwritten. Docs. Can we search for SVG? Asset imports. Default types are for its Node.js API. They show the environment of client-side code. And yep, okay. Wait, what does this have to do with the thing I... Here we go. Static assets. It just didn't take me down far enough on the page. Importing a static asset will return the resolve public URL when it's served. More details in static asset handling. Okay, so that does this gives us the URL. Maybe. Let's find out. What is image? Okay, it's just the wrapper that I made around the image tag. Okay, good. What's going on down here? Same thing? All right, we'll do the same thing then. Okay, can we run TSC locally? That might be a little easier to keep track of what we're doing. So we solved maybe 2 errors, leaving us with 21. How many were in our over here? An unknown number. Looks like we didn't get the full output. But I think maybe this is all of them. Let's assume that this is all of them. This will allow me to use the problems here in VS Code. So I think, yeah, most of these are the same issue. Well, the ones for this file are the same issue. Can we filter by, Yeah, don't show warnings or info. There we go. A lot of them have to do with user settings. So it's complaining with the type, which includes all of these attributes, is not assignable to this other thing. String or undefined is not assignable to type string, right? So user settings here. So we've essentially said that the select settings function is going to return a partial of user settings. And I think that is maybe true. I think maybe we don't want it to. Maybe we should just have it return. Say we must definitively return something there. So value.settings, right? Value is any because look, state. Right. So this is supposed. This should return. So this type here is setting state. Which is this interface, right? So we know that what this first function in create selector returns is a state. Okay, and that so what are the arguments here called? These have names. Things, extend things. Some pretty complicated types. I'm not seeing names. So anyway, so the idea for context is that, so this is one of our Redux store slices that stores user profile settings stuff. So basically, let me hide some things here. There we go. Basically, the user's current settings, any unsaved settings that they're about to change, their current theme, if they're editing a meal in this context being like breakfast, lunch, dinner, like the list of kinds of meals that you would have for being able to work on your meal diary. This represents kind of the current state of all that information. And to provide a way for the front-end components to be able to request certain pieces of that state, certain pieces of the slice, if you will, we have selectors. And there's this function from Redux Toolkit. I think this is coming from Redux Toolkit. Yeah, Redux.js Toolkit. That you basically give it two functions. You give it one function that, at least the way I've seen it done and the way I've done it here, is that this first function gets you the slice of the total global state. So in this file, we're specifically interested in this .settings on the global state. And this .settings is implements, like it satisfies this interface. And then the second function here, so the create selector takes a function that picks out one slice from the global state, and then the second function takes that slice and does something to get some interesting value. In this case, we're merging settings and unsafe settings. So this is like, what are the settings as they currently are reflected in the UI, right? And then we have things like getting the user's name and those sorts of things. Yeah, so all of these could really be said to return state, which is just another name for setting state here. And the reason we have a bunch of any's is that I don't know of a way to get the type that describes the global state, like the thing that settings is inside of. I don't know if that is something that's possible to even get. Like we could say, oh, it's something that has settings in it. We could probably define a type like that. I just haven't yet. So instead we have an any to represent a thing that I've not dealt with yet. So undefined is not assignable to type thing. Meals, array, or undefined. Okay, so if it's not there, look, we'll return an empty array. There we go. So that should solidify up some things there. Might fix a bug that I don't even know about. So this then should make all of our TypeScript errors in this file go away. Which it looks like it did. Because now instead of, right, so I was explaining what this create selector does. So it creates this function called select settings. And then in our front-end components, we have a use selector hook that ties into Redux, that knows how to get into the Redux store, which is on the React context above this component. And we pass in a function that tells use selector how to select the information we're interested in this component, which then uses these functions that we passed in to select the information. And so then user settings is what gets returned by first calling this on the global state and then calling this function on that. And there is some rationale for why these are two separate functions. But I would probably have to check the Redux toolkit docs to know for sure. I suspect it has something to do with like caching or recalculation of values or something. But specifics are whatever the doc says. Okay, so we fixed all of the issues in this file by basically saying that this is always going to return just the user settings. And TypeScript seems happy with that. And I think that's because of the interaction between these two values. So the setting state.settings is either a user settings or it's a null. I believe that's what that type is saying there. Yeah, it's user settings or null. So if it's null, then it's as if this wasn't even here. And then it will use whatever's in unsaved settings. Why does it accept this? Because this is a partial of the user settings type. So if settings was null, then unsaved settings would still just be a partial. So like the resulting type here in that case should have been a partial of user settings. I was kind of anticipating that what I would need to do to make TypeScript happy would be for all of the things that are required in user settings, like email name, time zone, and language. I'd have to have like an empty string thing here, so that if settings was null, we would guarantee there would be a non-null value in those fields. But apparently TypeScript's happy with this, and it's probably fine. Like those settings that are not nullable, well, I don't know about time zone and language, but name and email should get automatically set in the user's profile. And the rest are nullable because initially they won't be present in a user's profile until they go into the settings and populate it. So I'm just going to leave that be for now, and we're going to move on to all the errors in settings.tsx. So string array is not assignable to this thing. So unsafe settings is defined as an array of key of t. And we're not explicitly passing in what t is here. So what is it inferring? Right, this object. Or this interface for an object, right? So what is it upset about? Right, so object.keys has a type of string array. I feel like I looked into this at some point in the past in terms of the typing of this method. Right. So, no, it was a, what is that fellow's name? I keep on seeing him on YouTube recently. Does a lot of talking about TypeScript. I can't remember his name. Well, anyway, so he was doing a video though, and he was talking about this. And right, so this partial of an object could conceivably have other properties other than the things that are listed here, and still satisfy the type. Which means that object.keys could return things other than the keys that are in this. There could be other keys in unsaved settings that are not listed in this partial interface. And that's why object.keys always returns a string array type. Is there a way to... I guess the thing I don't know is there a way to define, like, could we make this so that it only would have these keys? Or how else would we solve this issue of, like, unsaved settings is supposed to be an array of keys of t. Does that matter? Could this just be a string array? Like, that doesn't... So... Now, field is a key of t. What if it wasn't? So the issue is that, again, t... is supposed to be something that extends record string unknown. Field is key of t. So you would think then it has to be some kind of string, right? But field could be a string or a number or a symbol. Why? And do we want to... So how bad is it going to be if we just say, oh, these are strings? I mean, if we're going to do that, we might as well do this here as well. I mean, that is effectively what we're saying, right? That because we're saying that t should extend record string unknown. So that should imply that key of t is a string always. I don't know why TypeScript doesn't infer that. All right, so string or null is not assignable to type error or null or undefined. So error here is a string or null because it's coming from select settings error. And error here in our connect component function is supposed to be an error or a null because, wait, do we, okay, we return the props, so whatever we're wherever we're using these props, we're saying error is error or null. Okay, so we could look at maybe changing where we're getting select settings error. So value.error. And then internally here we say it's a string or null. How are we setting error? Right, we're setting it to a message. So we have some options. We could save the actual error because like action.error should be, oh, it's a serialized error. What is a serialized error? Not defined there. Okay, or we change connect component, or rather we change connected component props to be a string or null or undefined because question mark, and that breaks some other things maybe. Oh, right. Yeah. So then we do that here as well. And our TypeScript errors went away. Let's run the TypeScript compiler again to look for more. Four errors and 4 files. Yep. So we broke some other things by changing that interface. By changing that interface, then these different custom components, which we're anticipating having some kind of, error or exception object. Instead, they have a string. Yeah, I'll keep that like that. And then radio. United input. Now we don't need to construct an error exception object there. Just pass a string. And then types.ts. What's the problem? Oh, it's complaining about this. Okay, so run TSC again. And we have lots of warnings. But we can just ignore those for the time being. We, as we were replacing XJS and rearranging things, we pulled in different ESLint rules for things. And so now, in a previous stream, actually, I think that was on stream, I had to go through and change some errors to warnings and adjust things because there's a bunch of stuff that we're doing that I could debate whether it's good or bad or whatever, but it was the way it was before. Okay, so fix TSC errors. All right, so we'll go back request. And in the meantime, I guess we can try running Storybook again and take a closer look at what the errors were. Alright, so no configuration files have been found in your config dir. Okay, did we... Okay, so Storybook right now is inside of components. Will this make sense? Right. Okay, so we could probably just move Storybook to the top level. And then that's gonna break some things. Where are themes? Are those in components now? Components. There we go. And then I have a lot of stuff disabled currently. A lot of things disabled that we'll have to turn back on to make all this work. And then all the paths here are wrong. So we're going to replace that with, I guess, .. / components / I don't know where. Oh yeah, there's assets. Client public. Alright, I succeeded in muting myself before the sneeze. It doesn't like check options. Get rid of that. We have this using Storybook React Feet. So hopefully that's good. Alright, let's try running Storybook again. I think things are still going to be quite broken, but we'll see where things go. There's a new version of Storybook available. And we got a spinner. All right, well that's something. Error loading dynamically imported module. Storybook preview TSX. There's probably something wrong with that file, but our coloration is loading. Our design token theme stuff. So if we go to button, primary, secondary, okay, it's good. Multiple cards, so that works. How about donut chart? Yeah. Okay, total goal left chart. Nice. Does this light dark switch? Does not work. Or maybe it does. Oh, I guess it does. Nice. It just doesn't change the background. I have to do that separately. Cool. Let's go bigger. So here's the diary meal component. Editable version is broken. All right, well, we found something to fix. So diary meal does use the use navigate hook to be able to allow you to navigate between things. And that requires it to be in the context of a router component, apparently. Okay, at some point we'll have to look into dependency upgrades, but let's fix the things that are broken now before we worry about adding new broken things. We have some stuff already for decorators, because decorators are probably what we want to address this issue. I think so, right? Because decorators are what's going to allow us in Storybook to be able to wrap the story component, the thing being tested, in something else. So let's first of all take this and grab this out, and we'll put this back the way it was long ago. And then we want to have a with router decorator. Yeah, something like that, except then inside of a router. None of those things. Let's take a look. How does let's see, picking a router. While your app will only use a single router, several routers are available depending on the environment your app is running in. What is a static router? What does this do? I just want something to, something that can work in this context. So no, I'll keep that tab open. It's been helpful. All right, is this going to refresh? Oh right, it was complaining about not being able to load the preview.tsx. So that might be indicative of an issue that we need to solve before we can solve this issue. Let's go ahead and clear all this and refresh. Are we still getting the same error about preview.tsx? Maybe not. Yeah, the link. Use navigate may only be used in the context of a router component. I wonder, Storybook. No, it's not helpful. I was kind of hoping we would see that same error about preview.tsx. Page reload. Okay. Because then that would be easier to solve. Or at least it would point me in the right direction, right? Can we see... Error display, Storybook root. Nope. Okay, if we go back to here... refresh here. Oh, we do get that error on this page too. I guess we have a variant, yeah, that we can see. Okay. Are we actually using... Oh, right. I didn't add it to the decorators list. Great. Perfect. There, now it works. Except on more options is not a function. Okay, we'll have to look at that. But we've established that this is working, which is good. I guess let's dive into this. So diary meal. Stories.tsx. Why is this here? This does nothing. So we just want to define on more options. What does action true mean? I don't know. Let's add them all though. So that when we click things in the UI, we don't just get an error. Yep, instead we want to open, let's see, where's the option? Where's the thing that opens the little actions panel at the bottom? Oh, right. Is it? No, I don't know. Toggle add-ons, add-on on toggle sidebar, maybe A? Nope. Show add-ons? Change add-on orientation. Okay. I don't know why that was so hard to get to. Here we go, though. So now I can click the things and we can see all of that. What does quick add do? Why doesn't oh, I see, it goes to a URL. It's actually a link. Okay, that's fine. Alrighty. We got some Storybook stuff going again. I guess we should just go through. Oh yeah, this is probably, let's check in on GitHub really quick. Yeah, this is gonna block, well, we didn't even get that far, but this is probably gonna block the Storybook checks from passing anyway. Alright. We have a just test fail. Alright, so let's see here. Okay. Get Storybook running again is what we've done so far. And then let's look at this. Test. So this test is for number formatter, which we're importing from number format.js. Types, unit system. Wait, what? Oh, I see. Yeah, so this, okay. So one of the places that we missed, do I have it set up to run, no. Let's just do this here. Cannot find module, number format. Is this one of those? Package.json, scripts. I was thinking that we did have to change how we were running. Oh no, never mind. That was TS Node. There is a number format here. It finds it. Is this going to be something where it has to... No, it doesn't like that. Allow importing TS extensions is enabled. Okay, so it doesn't like that, but this doesn't work either. Right, number format.ts does export a default thing. Cannot find module, number format.js. Okay, so I feel like I've run into this issue before somewhere. Because we, one of the things we did, going back to the whole ES module thing, in tsconfig, we did set module to be ES next, target ES next, etc., because of other things. It's just like a whole chain of stuff, and the chain continues. Just only implements node module resolution. Okay. Blah 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 blah. We do have like ts just config stuff, so we should have like a config file and preset. Oh wait. There's a hold on. ts just esm. Isn't there a preset for that? TS just preset default ESM. JS with TS ESM. Okay, so does this work? Cannot find module number format.js from common number format.test.ts. Ideally, I would like the way the imports work in the... Yeah, I was afraid of that. Right, so this works. Unable to find, cannot find module types unit type from common units index.ts. Like, so we import number format, but number format, oh, this should at least do that. But the issue is this code is being used in a place where we probably can't leave off the .js. Like, we've had to update a bunch of places to add .js on the end, but it'd be one thing if we were required just in the test files to leave off the .js, but if that cascades, now we have a conflict because Jest wants us to do it one way and everything else wants us to do it the other way. That's a problem. So let's take a look. So this is what we grabbed, right? Yeah. Okay. So let's go and we'll find this preset. It was TSJS presets default ESM. So what does this do? It requires default ESM. Defaults ESM. Create just preset. False. Extensions to treat as ESM. TSX to treat as ESM. TS, TSX, MTS. Okay. What do the arguments mean here? Legacy and allow JS. So false and false. So transform, allow JS, support ESM. So this should be false. So we should do this. If support ESM is true, then we use ESM true. Module name mapper. Oh, right. So first of all, this no longer does anything, right? So this is a legacy of how we were having paths with a tilde, but that doesn't do anything anymore. Whoops. So what does this do? this is like dot or dot dot slash dot star. I'm confused about what this is attempting to do. Let's just try this. So essentially take anything.js and replace it with the anything. That's what the $1 is. It's going to pull this group, this first group. And it works. All right. How to fix the issue with Jest and ESM modules. Module name mapper. Oh, no. I made a clip for later. I think I know someone who that will be relevant for. Anyway, besides us right now. So, yeah, fix Jest test. Oh, yeah. There were more things, but thanks, Mad Cat. Wherever you are. Okay, anyway. Moving on. Let's go back to GitHub. We are building again. So, yeah, I guess we'll continue working in this pull request because I think the Storybook stuff is going to fail. Our various tests are definitely broken. As we saw earlier, there's a bunch of stuff commented out here that things need in order to work. So probably starting to uncomment these things, or maybe we can find, there we go. So our single Jest unit test passes. Let's see what the linter says. Probably has a lot to say, honestly. Yep, but only warnings, only 295 warnings. That's all. And then we'll push to chromatic. And it did hide the project token, so that's good. Won't have to change that. 6 days ago. It's been a while. I guess we're waiting. It's building. Okay. I am anticipating some issues. It built. It's now being published, so it should be here soon. All right. Real soon now. View it there. Oh yeah, it's a little bit different between like, here's the build of the storybook versus the actual like build, right? It has to run the tests. Like if we go back to the PR, you can see that the UI review and UI tests are happening now. O is null. Alright, we don't have any of the Redux stuff hooked up. Anyway, so yeah, so we'll run through all that. I just want to see... There we go. Perfect. Diary nav. Failed test because... check that the next day button is not visible if the day is today. Oh, right. Yes, yeah. So, okay. So we'll... Getting back on track. So what I was saying before is that we're going to continue to work on this pull request because our UI tests are not going to pass until we address all the other things. So let's do that. We'll just do kind of a side-by-side thing here. And we have a place to start. Well, let's start with re-enabling some of these things. Oh, right. Okay, so can we just turn everything back on? Probably not. So like the theme stuff can go away because we ended up replacing it with this stuff. So global types theme. I guess we didn't need that. What is preview supposed to be? It's here. Are we exporting something out? Oh, we are. Okay, so we just need to merge some of these things. And we'll get rid of these. And we'll merge this with this preview. All right, so parameters, layout, dark mode. I don't know that I care about that. So the fact we were missing this is why the other story that we were looking at was like Diary Mill or whatever. When we clicked the things, I was kind of anticipating that the actions would show up, but they were missing because this wasn't here in the preview parameters actions settings. Okay, we'll turn on these other things as well. Just turn it all back on. Let's see what happens. Do I have this defined twice? Wait. I missed the comments. There we go. Okay, mock date. Right, we're missing some imports now. Use effect store provider. Honestly, probably just need all of these things. Oh, there we go. No red, no yellow. The page loads. We got our mocking date thing back, which means that if we go to Diary Nav Basic Interactions, everything passes now here. And if we go to today, those interaction tests also pass. These tests, Storybook integration tests are pretty neat. I like them. In this case, this is set up to mock date so that when the test runs, it believes that it is June 24th of 2019. So that when we put that as the date in this date selector, that's today as far as it's concerned. And so click on the previous day button. That's interesting. I mean, this test might pass anyway if this doesn't work. On go to date. Did we break this? Diary nav stories. Click on the previous, okay. Diary nav basic. Click on today button. Wait. Expect on go to date to have been called with, I see. So this is dependent on, yeah, see it's trying to tell it would be telling the parent component or Redux or something to go to what is today's date as far as it's concerned. Click on the previous day button, which would be that button, and then the action would be to go to the day before the date in the UI control. Wait and then verify that happens. Click on the next day. Okay, so then I assume this interaction test, right, it's checking to see what essentially the callback prop on the component is called with. Not that the UI is updating, because that's kind of outside the scope of this component's interaction. For that, we would need to look at like diary, how that's broken. All right, something else to fix. Yeah, because apparently we were able to just like uncomment. We don't need that import, but yeah, just uncomment everything, and it seems that put everything back where it needed to be. So that's nice. So diary.stories.tsx takes us to the right place. So this story is for the big diary component, the one that's in components templates. But it looks like things are a little broken right now. So what's supposed to be happening is we're using mock service worker to handle the network requests, the tRPC calls, and return back data. But it seems like something didn't work quite right. Let's open here. Service worker script for scope thing encountered an error during installation. Okay, so that would be a problem. If the service worker can't set itself up, cannot get. Okay. So, where does that live now? Is that in client public? It is. Mock service worker.js. So, where is that set? Is that in main? Oh yeah, so we have some stuff commented out here. Can we uncomment these things now? I don't remember why they were commented out at the time. I'm sure there was a reason. I think we'll probably have to, yeah, stop and start Storybook again. Serving static files. Okay, so there it is. And then if we go back to our story, still an error. Maybe it's a different error though, hopefully. Mocking enabled, which is good. That's what we want. We don't want to handle any of these requests. These are requests to other things coming from, I think these are Vite related things or whatever's going on there. What we do want to intercept are the requests to tRPC. Yeah, captured a request without a matching request handler, API tRPC, diary list consent. Okay, so that should have been intercepted by this. Why wasn't it? Base path, API tRPC. API tRPC, diary list consumptions by meal, account, yada yada yada. Okay, so what are we missing here? Let's go back to preview. We did uncomment out everything, right? Or uncomment in? Uncomment everything. We have API tRPC here. We are hooking up the provider. What are we missing? Oh, we didn't uncomment this. Is that significant? So yeah, we can see the request was made to API tRPC diary yada yada yada. So this is the request from this component that we're supposed to be intercepting. And this setup is supposed to be doing that. Basically, any diary.list consumptions by meal. tRPC, base path, create tRPC MSW, okay, which is this additional layer on top of mock service worker that allows us to essentially make things that look like tRPC calls that then stub out mock service worker request handlers is what's supposed to be happening. Yep. So we have that here. Create tRPC MSW. Okay. Is there a way to check what handlers exist in mock service worker? Worker scope, worker script URL, documentation. We could probably look at documentation, but I wonder, there's service worker. That's just a file. Don't care about that. Use it? Is it secure? Why do I see thing? Stale responses. Debugging uncaught requests. Enable on unhandled request option. Examine the handlers, verify worker scope. Register at a higher scope, run in debug mode. Could do that. Let's see, do we have any? Transformer, base URL, base path. Return thing. Okay, I see. transformer. Let's go back to the docs here. Config, transformer, base path, base URL. Oh, wait. Wait. This should just be... Oh, wait, no. So what we could do... Is it this? Is this what this is about? We added API here, and then we're doubling up on the API. Okay, let's try this. Let's do a full refresh. Nah. Okay. I was hoping that would be it. API tRPC dairy. It's a base path. We leave the same. Base URL would be an empty string, or we could just leave it out. Probably don't need that though. Okay. Wait, is this what we pass to the... I guess it shouldn't even matter, should it? If we are in preview.tsx, if we're using that same thing for the provider, query client, tRPC client. Right, so this is the part that needs to match up with this in the context of Storybook. API tRPC, API tRPC. Okay. So how do we... Right, so I was going to look here to see if there was any talk about, like, how do we get a hold of something to hook print handlers on? How do I introspect on this thing to be able to see if it's doing the right thing or what's gone wrong? I guess I'll have to look at the code. So create tRPC MSW, return new proxy. Okay, create untyped tRPC MSW. Is that this? Yep. Okay, go away. So this is building handlers, and it's create untyped tRPC MSW. Mutation, rest. Let's look at preview.tsx. Is there anything else that we're doing here that kind of sets up mock service worker? Is it this? here before. Configure. Right. So this is different. Parameters, loaders. Oh, I was missing that. That might have been it. Fingers crossed. Aww. Okay. And I didn't break anything here. I guess I could put something like this in here. I don't think it's going to do anything for us. Nope. Okay. I'm just going to leave it out then. I don't think it's important. Okay. What else? So we have this MSW loaders, and then we have initialize. Oh, there are options. Is there debugging options? Find worker. Hey, look, unhandled request. Interesting. What is this type? Print. Unhandled request callback. Unhandled request print. Error. Interesting. Oh, right. Copilot's just trying to make stuff up for us. Yeah, it doesn't take any arguments. It's a good guess though, Copilot. I'm gonna guess something similar. Let's just put a debugger line here. And go back. Alright. Okay, so let's do this. If request. Very good, Copilot. That is, I think, exactly what I'm looking to do. Failed to load thing. A service worker intercepted the request and encountered an unexpected error. Let's refresh. Okay. Found an unhandled GET request. API tRPC, diary list consumptions, yada yada yada. So this thing. And then error captured request without a matching request handler. And then this is us printing the thing. And then, okay, so debugger's not going to work. I'm guessing this is happening inside of the worker. Do we? Okay, what other options do we have here? Find worker, service worker, quiet. A custom lookup function to find a mock service worker in the list of all registered service workers on the page. No, we don't need to do that. I think that's not what we're looking for. All right. Do we? No definition for this. Okay. Request dot. Nope. All right, back to this. Initialize. Usage. let's double check something here. Parameters, MSW. Oh, did we upgrade MSW Storybook add-on since the last time we tried to use this? Is that what's happened? Hold on. It doesn't know, but let's say handlers. Handlers. Yeah. Let's collapse all this down. All right, and then that goes inside of that. So I mean, I might keep this anyway, just to have a more verbose error. We could also actually, I know I said I wasn't going to update things until things were fixed, but what version of MSW Storybook? Oh, that's the package lock. Let's not look at that. This is 1.8. What is the current version? That is the current version. Interesting. When was the last time I ran? Oh no, yeah, it automatically runs npm install when I run the Docker container stuff. So, well, I guess I'll keep on looking at the docs. So parameters on the story. Oh, right. But it needs to match. Oh, speaking of versions of things, MSW tRPC, what version are you on? What did I have there before? 133? Okay, so it would have 134 anyway. So I'll just leave that as is. 2 days ago. So what changed in 134? The version number. Let's look at the releases page. Fix ctx.data arguments type with output parser. Okay, so let's look at an example here of how things are supposed to work. In here, in a. Oh, right. So this, as far as I know, I don't know if there's anything exists that is an example of using Storybook with tRPC and mock service worker. Also, there's a typo. But yeah, anyway, so right, so this isn't specific to Storybook. This is using mock service worker and tRPC together. And this is an example of using mock service worker with Storybook. And my code is an example of using all of the things combined together, except not really, because it doesn't work. It did work, and then it stopped working. So this is how I did have it. Do we have... It looks like there's a type there. Can we go to type definition? Yeah, on array, great. Rust handler, mocked request, default body type. Array, okay. Parameters MSW. Needs the mock request. You can set global MSW handlers. Interesting. What got broken? Who can say? Just keep on trying things. Okay, so mocking enabled, and then found an unhandled GET request. It's API tRPC diary. I still would like to find a good way to initialize here. What I want to know, so there's initialize options, which is this thing up here. Parameters, set up breaker API. Start options. There's a print handlers, which is interesting, but we'd have to get at that. Is there anything else exported from here? There's get worker. Oh wait, this returns something. What does this return? Oh, okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. So window dot thingy. There we go. Okay. So do I have a window dot thingy? Nope. Do a full page refresh. Nope. Let's see. There it is. I just needed to be in the right frame. Dot print handlers. Aha. So, if I'm reading that regex right, it looks like maybe we have an extra slash. Alright, again, need to be in the right frame. Slash API, slash tRPC, slash dot or dot account. Okay, so API, tRPC. diary. Wait. I mean, this is a little dot, right? Inside of the square brackets. So that's not right, is it? Maybe it's base URL that I need to be manipulating in the first place. I was really hoping I would just fix it. Let's see what this looks like now. API. tRPC. I mean, it has the elements. Although this doesn't look right to me. Like dot slash or dot. Wait. No. So this should be like how do you do regex? Test. There it is. API tRPC diary dot list consumptions by meal something comma. So that is a match. Right, if this is just regex. I mean, that should be fine because slash would match. And then dot would match. I don't know whether there are two dots here though. Also, the $sign would be problematic for the regex. Info get API tRPC diary list consumptions by mail. There's a whole resolver. Context. I mean, this seems wrong. I'll admit I misread what this was saying, but I mean, so the slash the slash should be fine there and all that, but I think this is going to prevent it from matching, assuming it is just processing it as a regex, right? Versus like without the slash. API tRPC slash diary dot list consumptions by meal. Also, it's probably kind of tiny on stream. Me fiddling with a line of code down in there at the bottom of the DevTools. Anyway, why does this not just work anymore? That's what I want to know. Fountain handled request. Fountain handled. Okay, so this is this line. So that is working. Handle request. Unhandled exception. Look up. Get response. Can we take a closer look there? Right, so we get lookup. Let's look up results. If we step over. Handler undefined, response undefined. So we passed some things. We passed in this request. Oh, we don't care about that. Let's keep going until we have a request that we actually care about. Let's see, where am I looking? There's request. So that's to something else I don't care about. I should, maybe I could, whoops. There we go. Oh no, it's because I hit pause. What was I gonna say? Maybe I could, do something. No, I lost the thread. Oh, right. So maybe we could do something where we limit the scope for mock service worker, just so that debugging this is a little easier. Are there options? So loaders. Not there. Okay, loaders and decorators. Storybook tRPC provider uses that tRPC client. Here's some mock tRPC. Okay, how does that tie in with the where are we importing the mock stuff for tRPC? I just don't see. Wait, is it just here, yeah? So what is pulling in mocks tRPC? Okay, it's just here in the storybook, in the story itself. We're importing tRPC MSW. And this is supposed to effectively register these handlers in mock service worker. Okay, so then if we look here, here's request. Let's add a watch expression. Make this a little bit bigger. Expand that out. Okay, so this is not a request we care about. Right, so timeout, maybe? I don't know. Right, I was trying to figure out, whoops. Trying to figure out a way to limit the scope of the worker. Surely that's something. Maybe something a mock service worker storybook add-on. Unfortunately, I think one issue is that I think several dependencies updated, and of course I also switched to Vite. And so somewhere in the mix of those things, I think this got broken. And figuring out exactly what isn't hooked up right is challenging. Like, do we need to do this now? You know what would be good? Maybe if we look at the releases for this. So this changed. Like, I believe I started using this add-on before MSW Loader was a thing. Using MSW and Decorator works for most scenarios, but there's a slight chance the server work will not get registered in time. Well, that's fixed now. MSW Loader now, so you can replace your Decorator with a loader. It works the same, respecting the parameters you set. And this is going back to like 2022, 2021, so I think that's before the version that I started using. So 1.8.0 supports Storybook 7. And then there's a upcoming version. Migrate to Vite, add default handlers. Okay. What about open issues? Story not waiting. What's this about? So I'm not seeing that. Or am I? I don't recall seeing. Well, hold on. Let's. Right. This is. We don't even get that far. Okay. Let's see if we can see the request. Where are we? Okay, there we are. So we have a request. It's for some page. Oh, I see. I've been looking at the refer. Okay, so that's for the fonts. I don't care about that. That's it? That's interesting. Okay. Well, so mocking enabled. Found an unhandled GIF request. Oh, this is way old. Okay, let me just refresh. So we don't log anything else. So the issue here was saying before the MSW is ready console log. I'm assuming they're talking about this thing. It says mocking enabled, which is happening well before any of this stuff. Can we list handlers? What's that do? Oh, it returns them. Okay. Context info. Resolver. Header method. So did something change in, so we're able to get a hold of print handlers. And it seems, I wonder if something changed in, tRPC MSW. So this page right here. MSW arguments, get input, config. So base URL undefined. This overrides base path and will only match requests to the specific base URL. I don't know. I don't. I mean, we can try. Right. So base path. I think the issue before we were seeing in the regex for the handlers was because of like a leading or trailing slash, but I think that should be fine. Requirements: tRPC server must be installed, MSW must be installed, Bash is not yet supported. Oh, wait. Is there... Hold on. Was there something that I needed to do? Yes. There was something. Somewhere. Let's see. Let's go back to GitHub. Maybe we can find it. There was some setting that I had at one point to disable request batching inside of Storybook. And I think it must have gotten lost. Or I'm misremembering. One of the two. Okay. tRPC client, mock tRPC. Wait, is it in preview? Where we set up mock tRPC? Is there an option that we need to have here? Or is it on, I think it's tRPC client. Yeah, great. Create tRPC client options is this and links. And this has some options. Let's see, it takes a thing that extends default data transformer. Oh, I see. So it's saying if transformer extends that default data transformer, use this. If it extends that, then use that. Otherwise, use this. Wait, it's in the link, isn't it? Yes. Here. Is it here? HTTP link. Oh no. Yeah, because it would be different if we were using... Wait, I'm confused. Like, aren't we, if we're using HTTP link instead of HTTP batch link, shouldn't that be sufficient? think so. And we're providing this with this link, set to HTTP link, which is HTTP link factory with options. Troubleshooting. Right. So I think what I'm remembering is originally, like, I think somewhere. Yeah. So in Story Utils tRPC, we are using HTTP batch link, which batches up requests. So is this somehow leaking? Like, go to references. Okay, I need more screen. There we go. Okay, app.tsx does import this, but we shouldn't be using any of this in Storybook. Like, we're doing this ourselves. Right, so like in diary.stories.tsx, we are creating the story around connect to diary, and that component doesn't know anything about app, right? It doesn't have any of that information to know that HTTP batch link would be an option. So why is the request for list consumptions by meal, account.user, get user settings, all of these things grouped together? And is that a problem? Okay, what's changed in this? So there was a release 2 days ago. Fix UTX.data arguments. I think we looked at this before. And then May 11th. And then April 29th. Okay. tsconfig 1.3. Some type issues. Handle transformers. README. Peer deps. I mean, there's not so many issues that I can't just look through each one. Is this compatible? This fit back in February. What's the current version of mock service worker? There are releases and package JSON mock. Looks like a 1.2.1. Wait, where is this in? Is this right? I don't know. So we're on 1.2.1, but with a caret. Response, logging. Okay, so update dependencies to support ESM. fetch. Okay, so what was I looking at where I was asking if it was supported? We use story shots and async loaders are not supported with it. Here's that question. Should be fixed. Yes, it works. Okay. So what am I doing wrong? Like, this stuff should be happening in initialize? Well, something should be happening somewhere. And the things are getting registered. Like if we pop over into the Storybook frame and we call this, we can see that there are handlers. It just seems that they don't match any of the requests. API tRPC diary.list consumptions by meal. And I think this makes sense if the assumption is that, okay, so how do we disable batching? That seems to be the crux of the issue. tRPC disable batching. Request batching is automatically enabled. Maximum batch size. So, disabling. On the server, use batch free link in your tRPC client. I thought I did that. So why doesn't it work? So in Mox tRPC, that's not the right place. Somewhere. Okay, there. Right. In preview, we are setting up tRPC client and passing HTTP link. So this should be the client that is being used. Should be the client that's being used inside of the story. How do we know? Yeah, deprecated. Use thing instead. I'm not going to. HTTP link. Mox tRPC provider client, tRPC client, query client, new query client, default options, mutations, sure. We don't have any additional options here that we need to set that are somehow making things happen anyway. Enable initial data, keep previous data meta, network mode. What's network mode? What are the options here? What do they mean? Online, okay, don't care about that right now. Behavior. Anything about batch in here? Nope, okay. Don't care about any of that. Cache time enables next page param, get previous page param, initial data. Is that equal? Meta, refetch, retry, select, structural sharing, suspense, use error boundary. Okay, I don't care about any of that. What about here? Logger, mutation cache. Logger's interesting. What's it not happy about? Missing a curly brace. Okay. So, one of these tabs is the right one. Okay, well, passing a custom logger has been deprecated and will soon be removed. That's fine. There's evidence that we did something. Although, shouldn't we have logged from there? Like before we made the request? If we... Right, well... Oh. I mean, to be fair, how are we actually making the query inside of the component? So connected diary. Let's trace through this. Right, so we're going to call fetch diary. It's going to dispatch an action. Is the so right, this is the problem. So we import base tRPC from utils tRPC. And that uses HTTP patch link. What we need to do is use whatever TPC is on the context somehow, some way. How is this gonna work? What arguments does this function get besides payload? Right, so that's what I was trying to pull up here. So let's see, thunk takes a type prefix and then a payload creator, and then so yeah, payload creator is what this function is being referred to as. Which is an async thunk payload creator type, which is defined as a thing that takes an arg, and then the thunk API, base thunk API, which contains a dispatch, a get state, an extra, request ID, signal, abort. Oh, it's extra. Okay. So, here's where we're at. In the story, we are getting data into the component via Redux, via the Redux store and some thunks that are making network requests. The thunks are making tRPC requests, Now, what's supposed to happen, and happens in other circumstances where we're not directly calling the tRPC client, but using like this React query style thing, is that it looks at the context of the component. For example, when we're looking at app.tsx, we have the stuff here that wraps app, tRPC provider, and client query provider. And other stuff inside of app can see this and use it, but our thunks don't. So here's where we're using provider. Probably should alias that, but that's the Redux provider. And it is inside of the stuff, which is good. Store is coming from... Right, we're importing that from store. So our thunks need to get access to, if there was some way to pass it in, like here, like this, we do something similar, right? In preview.tsx for Storybook. Here's where we're doing something very similar, where we're setting up our tRPC client, but it's using HTTP link, and all this stuff, all the specifics that will make this work. And then, assuming things are in the right order, with store. So the setup of the provider for Redux happens inside of here. So it mirrors what's happening in the app. So in both places, if we could somehow get at this context that's presumably being set up by these providers, and then expose that to our thunks, then we would be able to get at the proper tRPC client that's provided in that context to use, rather than directly importing it, which is what we're doing now. We're importing base tRPC. Yeah. I guess the other thing that we could do we have tRPC client. We could we mock? Could we, monkey patch, mock the, essentially replace this import? Utils tRPC, store utils tRPC. We are importing a type from there. Okay, we don't need this anymore. That'll make that red go away. We're not ingest here. Is there... import star as, yep. No, we don't have anything called tRPC here. So what we can do, I don't know if this will work, but we can try. tRPC dot base tRPC equals tRPC client. It's a read-only property. Hold on. That's... let's do this. Is this a good idea? I don't know. Will it work? I don't know. Require is not defined. Wait, what context are we running in? Oh yeah, this is in... This isn't even running in Node.js. Right? This is a client side thing. What am I even doing? And I see that I'm over time, but I don't care. I'm having a lot of fun. I can wait a little longer for lunch. No, I'm not gonna create an account. Here we go. Import star as thing from thing. What did you do with that? Yeah, spy on. How dare they? Do we think it would work if we just ignore the error? The way that it was before? Like this? The error that it's complaining that it's read-only? How dare it? Can we say const x equals tRPC as any? Or is this a more underlying limitation? How dare they? Okay. Okay. Is there anyone talking about this? Any way to access context from a Redux thunk? There are no answers. A lot of comments. Store setup. Configure store. Friendly abstraction. Over the standard Redux create store. Adds good defaults. Could we cheat? Okay, so this is not gonna work. Take all that out. So we have a file. Is it store index? There it is. Okay, so here's where we configure store. We have all of our slices. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. We have some middleware. We export store. What other things can we pass to configure store? Preloaded state, enhancers, dev tools. Interesting. Could we... So in app.tsx, we pass store to the provider. We do have... No, that's not gonna work. if we could somehow sneak the tRPC client. So there's preloaded state, which may come up at some point when we start working on like offline capability. Middleware. Immutability middleware, serializability middleware, action creator middleware. Like we can't just. I mean, one option, just to see if this is going to work, would be to do this. Yeah, you can. And refresh. Yay! Some error in serialized response that we probably should look into, but so it works. So we know the issue is definitively this issue. Like mock service worker intercepted things, that was all good. So that's the thing that was broken. Which is interesting. I guess the last time this worked was before we finished converting everything over to Redux. Seems strange. That doesn't feel right. I don't know. But whatever the case may be, how can we... Like, I don't want to leave it like this, because the advantage of doing the HTTP batch link is that instead of the front end making multiple requests, when there are multiple things that the front end needs to pull from tRPC, can batch them together as a single request. So, what do? For starters, I'm going to put this back the way it was. Could we... What can we do here? So in app.tsx, are we importing base tRPC here? No, we're calling tRPC create client. Okay. I mean, really what we want to do is we want to have a way. So what is there... Lots of other questions about the same thing. Here's a thunk. Right, we could potentially, if we had the tRPC client in the state, then we could get it from the state. What is the extra for? Nothing is impossible. Well, actually, many things are impossible, but I don't believe this is such a thing. There's a way. Maybe not a good way. Okay. So. You know, alternatively, maybe we can do this without changing this. If we were to go into, what is it, preview? Preview.tsx, right? So if we were to, where are we? Okay, so the interesting thing here is, like, unlike with the other stuff where there's a bunch of different modules where things are being defined, here we have just like this top level tRPC client that's accessible. So when we get down here to wherever it is where we are, let's move this around a little bit. This can be below this. We can cheat maybe and do something like store dot I mean, we could call get state. Do we get a copy of the state? Or do we get the actual object? Look, I know it doesn't exist, but maybe it exists. Okay, can we store index? Look, can you just ignore? Here, we can make it ignore our nonsense. Look, you just ignore it, Typescript. It's fine. This is not great because what I'm about to do is, yeah, I guess what I still need to do, because I'm not gonna change this everywhere, because what I need to do is I need to change. It's terrible. So what I need to do to leverage that would be, we can get Thunk API, and then we could do like const right, and then we could do that. But it's terrible. It's now we're like leaking details of like, here's how we're doing some testing stuff into real code. I don't like it, so I'm not going to do it. What we could do instead? What could we do instead? Well, instead of importing base tRPC, we could put base tRPC on the window. Right, this is all client-side code. It's running in a browser. We can always just use global state to pass around base tRPC. For the purpose of this, and that would allow us to set that in preview.tsx, and then it would be the responsibility of something to set that. We could probably do that in app, right? Because we're gonna have How's that gonna work? I guess we still want... this base tRPC? Okay, good. Okay, so... yeah. Yeah, we could do that. I mean, this could simply be... I mean, effectively, because we're importing this and we're going to just be using it directly from the import, and it's essentially, whenever this is first imported, it's being constructed anyway. So instead, if we only import it in one place, in one file, like so, which would look like this, and then we'll do something that there we go. Let's see if Copilot can fix this. Sure. Right now, to fix this, it's not gonna be happy unless I do this, is it? Okay, so we're gonna replace base tRPC with window.base tRPC, and this is better than the alternative, in my opinion. Oops, not window.window. All right. Let's see, how many other places? Not many more. Let's see. Dialog does not use that. Okay. So we've done this here. And then instead of doing this, what we're going to do is base tRPC, tRPC client. So we're going to say window.tRPC base tRPC. And this is going to complain again. And I can copy the thing from elsewhere, but let's see if... What is it that you just changed? You just added a line? Okay. Maybe I will. Just go back over to here. Okay. So... we already know it will work if we're passing in our tRPC client that's not using HTTP badge link. So now everything should be using tRPC client. So if we refresh, window.window, whoops. I missed the spot where I did that. Come on. Window.base tRPC. That diary is undefined. Why? Is this... window.base tRPC? Window.base tRPC diary is undefined. Okay, so window.base tRPC is not undefined, but... Shouldn't it? Query? Huh. Why? Client tRPC is deprecated. What are we using? This is the wrong file. Store utils tRPC. Maybe we should be using this. Maybe we should not be ignoring the deprecation warning. Nope. I don't know. Okay. What else is broken? tRPC client should be tRPC create client. In fact, we could probably do that. And then let's rename these. And then what else is wrong here? What is this? This coming from common tRPC? Create tRPC React. Okay, so that is mocked tRPC. And const tRPC options equals this stuff. So I think it'll be good that these things kind of align kind of more closely with what's going on over here. Assuming this all works, which we'll see. Yay! All right. Y'all got an extra hour today. All right. It is time to get some lunch. So I'm gonna commit all of this. Fix MSW tRPC MSW tRPC issues. Get that pushed up. Find out later if all that worked. But that's it for today. Thanks all for watching. Probably a couple more streams of this Sundays until we get things. Probably it'll be time to switch off to something else once we get this deployed again. Which is not to say I'm going to stop working on this. I may come back to it on stream as well. But I've been looking at doing some. And I think I've mentioned this the last couple of these coding streams. Looking at doing some like modded Minecraft dev and maybe some other things. So I've started to do a little bit of reading on that to get prepped for that. So this week and probably the next couple of weeks is going to be kind of usual schedule. I think as we get towards September, things are going to change up a little bit. I got something pre-ordered that might want to do some extra streams for. But that's enough of a teaser for now. But thanks again for watching, listening, hanging out, asking questions. Dravenity, appreciate it. And until next time, take care. Bye-bye.